ready to go. I think we've got everything. So let's go ahead and hit the button. There's the button. Hi. Hello, everyone. Hello. Happy Choomsday. Hope everyone is having a good start to the week. Somehow, we're on the last week of January. I don't know when that happened. Seems a little early. I mean, I'm honestly kind of ready to move on to February, but it still seems very sudden. I guess this also means that this is going to be the last week of our winter outfit here. We're going to be back to mixing and matching other stuff after a couple more streams. I like this outfit though, it's very comfy. Hello standing. Happy Choomsday. There are no blizzards here. There hasn't been any snow, actually, which has been a little surprising. I don't know, especially looking at what so many other people are dealing with. I'm certainly not going to complain about a lack of snow, though I don't know, if there were like one snowstorm a year, I would enjoy that. You know, just one time a year, it's like stockpile some food, prepare for not really going anywhere, and just look at the pretty snow. But I don't know, if the options were just inundation with snow or none at all, yeah, I would go with none at all. But yeah, it's been very good here. It's been calm, it's been cold. As long as the power stays on. Yes, that is the big thing. As long as it doesn't knock anything out. Once it starts causing damage, it's like, okay, no good, stop. I did manage to drop my bike off on Sunday. It was still chilly. It was still cold, but it got warm enough that I was like, all right, we could do this. While I was doing that, the path that I took to get to the bike shop, some of that was, I swear there's a little microclimate there, like just the exact combination of like airflow and moisture and everything. It's always like 5 degrees colder there than everywhere around it, like just along this path. I don't know why. But there were a few areas on there where the shade, like the sun never really reached it. It was just perpetually in shadow. And there was a little bit of, it's not technically the right term, but like permafrost that, you know, had settled in the night before and just never thawed. So that is the closest that we got to snow. But it was still a little bit cool to see that. Exactly, it's on the dark side of the hill. So yeah, I did get that done. Unfortunately, I think I didn't hurt my leg, but I think I overworked it a little bit. My knee was really sore yesterday. Was really unhappy with me. So I do have a PT appointment tomorrow, so I'll probably talk to him a little bit about that and just kind of be like, I don't know. I had a meeting last week with my doctor about it, and we kind of agreed to just keep going for a little while and maybe do more imaging if it seemed like it wasn't getting better. Some days it feels better and some days it feels worse, so it's kind of hard to tell, like, if the trend is going in the right direction or not. Maybe I should have modeled myself after a crab. I wonder if crabs get joint problems. They have a lot of joints. I feel like they must. I'll think about that for the next version. On the upside though, my friends and I did meet up for dinner. Unfortunately, not everyone could make it, but we did make some plans. We met up at a place and we had a very good dinner. Weight is so spread out, it's true, so none of them are getting a ton of strain on them, and I don't know what the like on land to underwater ratio for a crab is. I feel like they spend more time underwater than on land. At which point it's like, yeah, joint problems are not a thing. And they are technically exoskeletons, right? So it's not even like the parts that are rubbing against each other aren't interacting in the same way. I don't know how we would even find out though, because you can't just like grab a crab and go, "Oi, mate, your knees hurt." Crab's just like, "Oh yeah, bloody hell, mate, I gotta get the aspirin." I don't know how horses survive. Well, unfortunately, quite frequently they don't. But I think part of the answer is that they tend to like naturally propagate in very flat areas that they can just kind of wander with a relatively low level of difficulty. I don't know, like, horses quite famously can go very fast, but I feel like they must not have a ton of predators. Or if they do, you know, because they live out on plains, the predators, the ones that there are, you know, they can't be running constantly, right? I feel like it's one of those things that they're capable of doing, but do rarely. There was one unfortunate thing that happened while we were at dinner. So, I don't know if the waiter got confused or if the communication was just bad, but I wound up with one of my friends' dinners for a little bit, and I ate some of it, and they ate some of mine. It was fine, right? Like, there was no hard feelings or anything about it. The only downside was the thing that they got was really good. It was incredibly tasty. And mine was good, but it wasn't as good. And so I was just kind of like, shit, I wish I had known. I would have gotten that too. I'm gonna have to go back at some point and just order it deliberately and not just get it by mistake, because it was like... But it's okay, because I think it was the first time we had all gone to this place, so we were trying it out, right? So we have learned. We have learned, and next time, I think everyone is just gonna get the same thing. We're just gonna get like 6 orders of the same dish, and the waiter's gonna be like, what? Yeah, Faye was just like, psst, buddy, you got the wrong thing. I'm just like, shit. But yeah, it was a pretty good weekend. I got the bike dropped off. They sent me a message about the stuff that they want to do, and I was like, yep, that looks good. Had the dinner, got some drawing done, got back to working on the model, which is good. I had a couple of backlog pieces from last year. I posted them up, or 1 or 2 of them up. So I just wanted to get those done, and now I can sort of focus in on the model again and see kind of what that's looking like. Haven't had time to poke the game. I will see if I can do that tomorrow ahead of the stream, but with how these things go, it's kind of a 50-50. We'll see. What doesn't help is Star Citizen. They did a weird thing. They announced at the top of the week when they're planning to release the new patch. Normally, everyone is sort of like reading the chicken bones and the seashells to figure out when the patch is going to drop, and normally they do it on a Thursday, but they typically don't announce we are ready and confident with the state of the patch and we are going to put it out on this day. Normally they start putting out release candidates to the test servers, and we'll go through a few rounds of those, and once they seem to be happy with it, they'll go ahead and put out a live patch. But I guess they're in a good spot with this one, and they're like, no, we can send it, we're fine. So I don't know, if they're good with it, then let's do it. So yeah, I want to play that. I want to play that tomorrow. There's not a lot in it, but I feel like it's going to be a fun patch. They finally have added night vision. They're adding some new mission types. There's a new event. There's just like, I think it's going to be good. I think it's going to be a good one. So we'll see what I actually manage to get around to doing. Maybe I can play hooky for a little bit tomorrow. I can just take lunch and see about exporting an executable of the game to get ready to put up. That could work. No, wait, I can't do that because I have an appointment tomorrow. Fuck! We're having fun. We're fine. This month has been busy. I'm hoping things start to calm down a little bit in February. We'll see. I've been sort of keeping an ear out. So Highguard did manage to release. They put that out. It has not been going super well, unfortunately. Some of the more in-depth feedback that I have heard is that the gameplay itself is actually pretty good. Like, it's interesting at least. You know, not the best gunplay or anything, but you know, sort of a cool gameplay loop. The problem is a lot of the matchmaking stuff. Apparently, so it's 3v3. So there's 2 teams of 3, you do a bunch of preparation stuff, and then you sort of go through the gameplay, and there's 2 teams, you're sort of trying to complete PvE objectives until you can assault the enemy team's base and try to defeat them. But, you know, it'll try and queue in all 6 players, and one of the players might disconnect, and it isn't really able to backfill the position, and then, you know, no one wants to do a 2v3, so one of the teams just quits, and, you know, there's disconnect issues, and the matchmaking, the sort of logistical side of it seems to be not super well executed, which is like, yeah, this would have been good to do a beta run of, guys. That's not great. So, I don't know. My hope is that the game survives long enough to get cleaned up, right? That they can sort of put it into a good position, because as much as those things are not good, those things can be fixed, right? If there are fundamental problems with the design of the gameplay, those things are harder to salvage. Those games are harder to bring back. But if you're dealing with technical issues, those are typically more salvageable to some degree, right? So hopefully they can get there. We'll have to see what they do. But I want to believe. Yeah. Alright. That's about everything that's been going on my end, I guess. It's been pretty quiet. It's been a good weekend. And yeah, I'm looking forward to what we've got planned for this week. As always, there's more stuff that I want to do than there will be time to do it, but we'll see what we get to, right? How are you all doing? How is this final week of January greeting you? I hope everyone is staying warm. I hope everyone is surviving those crazy winter storms and all that bullshit, because goodness. Good golly. I think I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna jump on down to that. Actually enjoying the quiet after the holidays. I can understand that. I can understand after a very crazy, busy, hectic holiday and all that, just being like, I just need a breather. I just need a little time to not do things. I think that's very fair. Alright, we're gonna switch over this music's pack. Alright, so we're doing pretty well. I want to do a little bit more sort of like polish and touch up and detailing on this. I think we're gonna start off in that endeavor with the moon. Though I am going to leave the character in place because we don't really need to put a bunch of work into the parts of the moon that we can't, see behind them. So I think just sort of having it as we have here is a-okay. I think a lot of, in particular, when I want to sort of touch up is like these edge regions. I feel like these are the parts that are sort of the most evidently sort of brushworky. Before the stream, I was watching Borio play a little bit of Helldivers. He was jumping back into it, no pun intended. I haven't played it in a while. I was like, shit, I should call the fellas up and see if they want to play some Helldivers. It has been too long. I really like that game. I don't know. It's one of those things, like the main group that I was playing with hasn't really been on to play it lately. And they've been playing other stuff when they do jump around, so I just haven't had much opportunity lately. I was talking a while back about how people love talking about and showing off their launch week numbers, right? Of like, oh, we hit, 400,000, 500,000, a million concurrent players in our launch week is so great, you know, with how popular and successful our game is. It's like, yeah, that's great. How are you doing after a month? Right? How you doing after 3 months, after 6 months? Because yeah, it's really good if you can sort of get that initial launch hype and excitement and attention. If people are paying attention to your game, obviously that's really good and that's something to be happy about. But, you know, if you're planning to continue to operate the game and make more stuff for it and then, you know, make a service title, then you gotta have a plan for how that's gonna work, and you need actual operating numbers, not just like the hype cycle. I'm wondering if I should just grab a more chaotic brush to sort of start breaking stuff up with. I was trying to get in here and really like do things entirely by hand. I think we're just like, it's not bad, we're just kind of, it feels hard to get to that level of genuine, what's the word? Irregularity along the edges and such, you know? You know, some places it's gonna be harder, harsher borders, some of it's gonna be softer. Sort of work back and forth. Yeah. I know I've talked about this before. I tend not to collect a ton of brushes. Some people have massive brush libraries, and that's all well and good. I'm not bashing on anybody's approach, right? Where I tend to find having an extensive brush library is the most helpful is for stuff like this, where it's like, I just need that particular sort of random distribution of particular details that trying to do it by hand is too difficult, right? I just need that little bit of scattering on the edges or random distribution that being a conscious, deliberate mind is hard to replicate. It is hard to intentionally create pure chaos. I mean, John Delancey, they like, speak for yourself, but not all of us can beat the goat. Howdy, Mage. Happy Choomsday. I hope you are doing well. How's your week going? Are you feeling any better? Yeah, that's a little bit. Oh, there's some intrigued. God, dispose of all the dead. I'm glad you're on the way up. Good to hear it is going in the right direction. That's always what we want to see. Oh, one other thing. So I did a little bit more formatting. What I would like to do is I have the price guide. I think I'm okay with the numbers, but I don't know. I think I want to sort of post it on the Discord and see if you guys go kind of no. This is crazy. But I don't know. It's a hard balance to strike. Something else to me I found interesting was that. What's the fascinating tidbit? There's like a high ridge here almost. Remember? Yeah. There you go. That's neat. That's a pretty good look. Just sort of keep breaking up
Cryptocurrency
some of the
investing,
edges.
when approached with a long-term perspective.
What the fuck is this? Go away. New High Guard just came out. Yeah. At launch, it had from the creators of Apex and Titanfall. Right. The start of this description after me. Negative reviews. The description no longer has the text. Ooh. That's fun. It seems a little premature. I don't know, like, I'm gonna say I have not tried the game out myself. I have heard a few accounts that the game itself is not terrible. It's mostly a problem of the matchmaking and the infrastructures in the shitter. was like, you can fix those. We guys like those, so if we invoke them, you guys would be like Pog. And people are like, yes, we did like those. We don't know what you've done here. Let me write down an idea. I had an idea. Shit, I don't have a pen though. Oh, how do I live in such filth and squalor? Here, let me write this down. There you go. I find if I write stuff down on Notepad++, like it's very convenient, but I tend to forget about it. Writing it on post-it notes, like it is in my field of view, and I'm more likely to remember that I wrote it down. No one knew what to expect going in because they did no promotions outside the Game Awards. Yeah, I was complaining about that earlier. Some streamers were going to fun and collab the game, only to learn was 3v3. Yeah, I can, yeah, okay. Definitely they should have done more promos and explainers, like, in the days and weeks following the initial trailer. The fact that we had effectively nothing following the initial announcement is like, okay, so we have no idea, other than just kind of like general abstractions, what this game is about. And they did eventually come out with some statements, but it was way too late. Yeah, I imagine like the streamers that you're talking about probably had sort of already put together plans of what they wanted to do on launch day. I did see a clip, I didn't watch it, but I know Doki tried to play it. I think just kept getting into matchmaking issues, which is a really bad look. To have people broadcasting your game, trying to play it, and not being able to get in. I don't know, like I said, I hope they can get it. I hope they can turn it around and sort of get the game cleaned up. But yeah, it is not off to a great start. Made no social media points. Yeah, well, and that was kind of... I think there was an article that was sort of pointing at the Streisand effect of... It started blowing up in people's attention just a few days before launch because, you know, people started talking about it and going, wait, is this still happening? So, like, that... If they had managed to land the launch of it better, I hate to say that it might have worked. But, yeah, I think they didn't quite hit the actual process of the launch to back up such an ambitious PR campaign. Yeah, I ain't about that. I understand the want for better anti-cheat, but secure boot is not the way to go about it. Like, hey, just let this game have access to like core functionality of your computer to make sure you're not doing other stuff. No. But what if we said pretty please? Well, somewhat on a similar topic, I saw an article earlier. So apparently the January update for Windows 11 for a small number of users is just like getting their computer stuck in an infinite loop on a black screen. It, like, their computers just won't boot up anymore and they have to do a complete reset. I'm just like, Linux, please. Linux, help us. You're not the hero we deserve, but you're the hero we need right now. It's so bad, dude. It is, and when I was talking with friends last night, we were talking over dinner, and one of them, without any prompting from me, was like, yeah, I'm thinking about whether I can move over to Linux or not. And I'm just like, ah! It's not just me being hyperbolic. Yeah, it's a little anecdotal, but it is still more than a couple people that I've heard considering the possibility. I think I'm trying to remember, I think my dad upgraded his graphics drivers and was saying that he was running into a ton of issues as a consequence of it. Like, Nvidia is also just putting out shit in their updates. I swear they're just vibe coding it. Not terribly long ago, they wouldn't let 11 PC shut down. Oh my god. This is a fucking comedy, dude. But it's like a Greek comedy in that it's not necessarily funny, but not everyone dies, so it's not a tragedy. You kinda just throw your hands up and laugh until you start crying. Pedro style. Yeah, pretty much. Speaking of which, I haven't seen... So there was that rumor going around that they were going to do another round of huge layoffs this month, and I haven't seen any follow-ups to that. So they might have decided not to do it. It might not have ever been true. They might be delaying. They might be delaying until people are looking elsewhere, but they are smoking Satya Nadella and Sam Altman shoving a machine down their throats. Like, I'm not gonna say that they are completely blameless, but I imagine there is no small amount of it is them just being forced to use shit tools and then trying to work around the forced incorporation of AI. OpenAI is hemorrhaging money and could go bankrupt. I saw that they're spending I don't remember what the exact number is, but like the number of billions is expected to like double this year and double again next year. And it's like you cannot keep doing this. But they're sure as shit gonna try, I guess. I'm really hoping that it pops. I know I've been saying that for the last like 2 months or so, but I'm really hoping this is the year where things just kind of collapse under their own weight. It would be a good day. It would be a good day. I would go to the store and I would get a bottle of the good stuff, and I would sit out on my porch and watch the sunset. This species, we are not ready for AI. I think if it were genuine AI, you would still be correct. And whatever bullshit simulacrum they've come up with, we're also not ready for that. I've kind of given up on trying to do like a completely accurate representation of the moon here. I think it's a little beyond me. Like if I wanted to, you could go back to the beginning and start to really like hone in from the top down. I think we'll get a decent representation of the moon, but I don't know, man. Those cartographers that do like one-to-one representations of shit, I'm like, you guys are insane. Big respect. There are AI apps now that translate type words into dog. What does that mean? Thank you. Yeah, I think it is definitely workable. I think at this point the main thing that I just kind of want to keep polishing up a bit more is that sort of a bit more noise, a bit more like distribution of detail. Like we still have areas that are sort of noticeably bare. And I just want to sort of make sure everything has at least a little bit of breakup, right? Yeah. I do have this noise layer that we can come in and sort of touch on things there as well. Actually, because I'm gonna get rid of it because I think rather than sort of just put a bunch of little spots on it, we're gonna do this. Let's bring it up to 100% just to see it a bit more clearly. And then we can just sort of go back and forth, right? Back and forth with the light and dark brush, and that'll just sort of create a bunch of noise over the surface. When I was having dinner with my friends, we got on the discussion of AI, and one of them was, I think, having a good faith, sort of devil's advocate mindset, right? Hey, listen, happy Choomsday. I hope you're oh, excuse me, it was terrible. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in, welcome in. But yeah, was sort of asking like why we felt certain ways about AI and the presence and use of bots on like YouTube and whatnot, which I think was fair. I don't think he was trying to antagonize or anything. I don't think he was trying to just get a rise out of it. I think he was trying to sort of understand our mindset, and there is the sort of added benefit on our part of, well, now we can't just be mad, we have to explain why we don't like some aspect of it, which is good. Being able to actually give reason and definition to your opinions is important. One of the things that sort of came up is dead internet theory is not a theory anymore, right? It is pretty, hang on, grabbing my teeth. It is pretty evident that the internet is inundated with machines and probably outnumbers the number of humans working. Oh, did it not run? Shit, hang on. I forgot to check Mix It Up. It's probably broken. Let me restart that and I can refund you one of the head pats. It's fine. I just need to restart it. It doesn't always work the first time. Sometimes I just need to go in. Where's the queue? Where's the queue? There you are. Okay. And we're just gonna restart that. Are these all from last year? Okay. Oh dear. Okay, you log in while I find that redeem request. There it is. Alright. We're gonna reject that one. Is next to W? Oh, there we go. There's my problem. I was looking down by the J. Okay, and then if we do... There we go. Silly me. Wait, thanks for the head pats and for reminding me to check myself. So yeah, there was sort of a question in this whole discussion of, well, let's say that you post a YouTube video and someone leaves a positive comment, like, I really like this, or this is a good video, or something, but just like the wording and the ambiguity, it's very clear it's a bot. Right? It's just some bot roaming around, like leaving nice comments. Which is certainly better than a malicious bot. But we were sort of thinking about, like, is that an okay situation? Is that an okay scenario? And like, it's definitely not bad, but I still wouldn't call that a good scenario, because I don't know, like, even when I post something that I made on Discord and someone just responds to it with like an emoji, a little react emoji or whatnot, that still means something to me, that someone saw the thing and enjoyed it enough to respond to it. Right? There's still some amount of interaction that is happening with that behavior. And I feel like if it's just a bot, like there's no actual back and forth that's happening there. It's just some machine that is just sort of rubber stamping every video or every image that it sees. It's just purely mechanical. So I don't personally feel that that has a meaningful impact or much in the way of value to it. You know, someone was like using it to make contacts or LinkedIn or your mass message people, or you know, make posts on people's ArtStation stuff like that, where you know they're sort of using it to mass drive their networking or something. It's kind of the same issue of like the ability to just do it to scale diminishes the value of each individual instance. Right? If someone genuinely responds to something that I did and posts on it or comments on it or even likes it, like that means something. Whereas if it's just a bunch of bots, it doesn't have the same value. It kind of tarnishes the value of each individual one because, like, I guess to sort of equate it to something else, you know, if you go to a store, if you go to like an IKEA or something, and you get a chair there, you get a $30 chair or whatever. I'm not sure IKEA has $30 chairs anymore. They're probably more like 50 or 60, but that's beside the point. You know, you get your cheapo chair. It's the same chair as 10,000 other people are gonna get from IKEA. And you know, you don't really care that much because it's a chair. You just need a chair. It doesn't need to be fancy. It just needs to hold your butt and not hurt. Whereas you go to a craftsman and you get a handcrafted chair made out of real wood, and you're like, damn, this is a cool chair. This is a nice chair. I like this one. Like, it means more to have a thing that someone made than a thing that was just sort of mass produced. And I feel like the use of bots and AI just allows for mass produced interactions. But that also kind of means that the interactions don't have a sense of value to them. Because they're all just kind of there. Right. I'm gonna touch up this spot up here, and then I think I'll be about ready to call the moon done. I might have to message my friend and be like, hey, so you remember what we were talking about the other night? Let's talk about chairs for a second. So as I was putting that together, I'm like, shit, that's a good metaphor. I was watching a clip from one of Giga's streams where she tried using ChatGPT, or is it ChatGPT? I think it was, to look up herself. Or no, she used Google. She used Google Gemini to look up herself. And it kept getting things wrong because all it was doing was pulling information off of the websites that it had access to. So like it was just grabbing things from the Wikipedia, you know, like the VTuber wiki, and from Twitter and whatnot, and just regurgitating that wholesale to answer her questions. And then she lied to it, and she just told it, no, you're wrong, it's actually these things, and it just went, okay, boss, you're right. I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong information. The correct information is verbatim the thing that she told it. I'm just saying, you know, there might be a use case, or like there's a decent use case for these models to do like mass data processing, right? Like, oh, you know, I want to assess trends either from a data set or like, you know, go on YouTube and see what's really popular with this particular demographic or this fandom or you know, user group. Go in there and look at all this information, look at all these videos, and then tell me what elements are really consistent, what's really popular, what's trending right now. It's like, I could see that. I could see that potentially being useful. I think it is a model that does support data processing pretty effectively. I mean, I don't think that's a multi-billion-dollar industry. I don't know, data analytics is pretty valuable. I could see it potentially busting out, but it's so weird. It's so weird where it's at. Okay, I think we're good. I think we got it. I think that's the look. I dare say that's a moon. There are a couple other things I wanted to do before we conclude this one, so let's go and do that. I want to float. That's no moon. Damn, man, I tried my best. Apparently in Helldivers too, the current sort of narrative that's going on is Super Earth is basically trying to build a Death Star. They're trying to build a space station capable of collapsing planets into a black hole. But the plans for this new incredible battle station have been compromised, and so we're trying to track down whoever compromised and possibly stole the plans. And I'm like, Amanda, are these the baddies? So I did not watch the video. I think I might have like told YouTube I'm not interested because I can't find it anymore, and I think YouTube might have suppressed it. Because I'll see a lot of thumbnails and titles and whatnot that I'm like, this is clickbait, rage bait. I'm not interested. I don't want to know about it. Don't show this to me. I did actually, after a little bit of thought, want to check the video out, but now I can't find it anymore. Point being. So, Star Citizen has run, I think it's still just the one crafting tech preview, right? Sort of giving a small group some hands-on time to say, here's what we have for crafting so far, and we want some feedback from y'all on where you think it's successful, where it's not working, where the UI is sitting, etc., right? And so this video was sort of making the statement that what they have right now is not really crafting nor gameplay, air quotes. So you can see why I was just like, alright, this is bait. I'm not really interested in engaging with this video because it just feels like it's just sort of being overly antagonistic, and I don't like videos that engage on that front. But I was thinking about it, and I don't necessarily agree with that opinion any more than I did before, but it got me thinking about how much a given system needs to be gameplay in terms of something that you are actively participating in. I think it does depend on the game. It depends on how much it is central to the gameplay loop that the game is built around. I think it depends a lot on the aesthetic. Like in a fantasy setting where you are crafting the thing by hand, it makes sense that you would need to put more effort into the craftsmanship, and thus it should be something that you are doing very manually. Whereas in a sci-fi game, like admittedly I haven't touched it in forever, but when I use my 3D printer, I'm not like poking and prodding the thing as it prints. I set up the job and then I tell it to go, and I come back in a few hours, to make sure that there's been no failures, and eventually to see what the completed product looks like. And if it doesn't look good, if it has faults or whatever, if it broke off, I'm like, well, clean up and let's go again. We'll fix it up, we'll recalibrate some stuff, and then we'll give it another go. So in something like Dune or Star Citizen, where the crafting is give it the necessary materials and then let the fabricator start to do its job, I feel like that is appropriate thematically. But I don't know, like it got me sort of thinking about how much every thing that you do in a game needs to be something that has a gameplay loop. Like every MMO that has crafting, it seems like they have something that the crafter needs to do in the process of creating the thing, creating the equipment or the good that they're trying to create. And I don't know, I don't know how much that's something that I like really care that much about or want to see from a given game. And like, I remember in Final Fantasy XI, I don't think it even really had a crafting mechanic in terms of like things that you could actually do. I think you just gathered the best materials that you could and then sort of set yourself up. You put as many factors in your favor as possible, and then you just hit the craft button and you prayed. And I remember losing some crafting jobs that I had put so much effort into getting everything that I wanted, and then the craft job just failed. And I lost all the materials and I was so upset. So I guess in comparison to that, yes, I would rather see there be something that gives the player a measure of agency, right? Where it's just like, yeah, there's a chance that the crafting job just completely fails and you lose everything. Sucks to be you. But I don't know, like, especially in a game where crafting is a very core element of the game. Like, let's just take Dune, because Dune has a concrete structure to how it plays and how it works, right? You go out, you get the materials, you come back, some of them you have to refine. And then once you refine it, you put it in the you go to the fabricator, you click the blueprint for the thing that you want, and you tell it to make it. So all of the challenge of the gameplay it comes from going to the locations that have the materials that you want and sourcing the materials or the components and coming back, and then you just hit menu buttons until it completes. But there's no chance of, you know, losing the stuff that you have made or the stuff that you have sourced. But imagine if you were playing Doom and, you know, this game where you basically have to progress through using crafting. You don't like the crafting minigame. It's just not fun. It doesn't engage you. You think the steps are tedious, or it is just an all-around miserable experience for you personally. Hello Sonic, happy Choomsday. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good week. We close out to January. Alright, I think this is looking pretty good. I think... Oh, wait, there's one thing over here that was looking a little bit weird. Can't stop yawning? Well, maybe it's just a sleepy day. just want to do more. I get that. So, I don't know, like, I can sort of argue. You gonna zoom out? Sure. Let's see. Is it ears? You're right, I don't have the ears visible. Not this time. I've been trying to sort of hint at them a little bit more, but not been doing that. Alright, I just have too much hair. You can't see it anyway. So I don't know, like, I can sort of see the person's point of there's nothing that you are actively engaging with in the process of crafting, but personally, in the case of Star System at least, I don't know that it needs that. I don't know that it would be beneficial to have something that you need to, like, actively tinker or maintain to make it engaging as a gameplay system. I feel like the actual process of making the product is sort of the victory lap of acquiring the materials to make it, you know? Like, it is a means to gameplay, and it is a reward for doing gameplay. And it provides incentive for doing gameplay, but it is not gameplay itself, right? But if it has all those other effects, I don't know that it needs to be gameplay. In some ways, I kind of feel like it's a little bit overkill to demand that of the system, you know? Yeah, I don't think there's really a lot else in terms of, like, detail or nitty-gritty details. I mean, yeah, if I really wanted to, we could, like, go in and put a bunch of tiny little bobs and bits, but what does that get us? Oh, okay. One last little thing. The eyes up here are a little bit messy. And you know what I did forget? I forgot the eye rings. gotta go ahead and do those. Good. Yeah. One last thing I want to check, which is probably fine even if I don't include this little detail. I just want to check the contour lining on the robe, make sure I didn't miss anything there. I think I actually did. Did I get it? No, not quite. Oh, you know what? I think I did, but I think the border cuts it off. Yep, there they are. Okay, this is gonna be really silly, but I want to adjust down here just a hair, because right now, like, if it was close enough that the shape confused me, I think it can be considered a tangent. So I just want to adjust the curve of this so it feels a little bit more like it's being deliberately cropped rather than just sort of a weird shape. Like so. Good. Okay. I like it. I like it. Now, y'all are probably wondering, because we've got most of the stream left to go. You're probably thinking, well, what do we do now? But the answer is that I'm not done with this. Is that what the says? There we go. That's about right. I'm just gonna put all this into a group. I mean, if I wanted to be really smart about this, I would make a separate image, but it's fine. This is turn that off. Turn that back on. I think this is blue center, right? Yes. So we're going to sort of hit all the low-hanging fruit initially, and then we're going to go in and do the actual paint process. Let's see, what else is this going to involve? One more. So where this is gonna get really fun is now we need to figure out essentially all of the... What is this? Oh. Okay, so yeah, you go right there. And then we're gonna put right there, and you, and you. I think we'll just sort of bump you up to the top so it's easy to sort of keep track of who's where. Not wait until here in here properly. Yeah, that'll be nice. Everyone, stop sounding like a Peanuts character. Get rid of that. Alright, so I'm going to turn all of these off for now. Just to make it easier to work with. So what's going to be really interesting about this is figuring out how to sort of rework everything, partially through color washing and partially through repainting. Visited the weekend stayed house like the way for a good idea. We'll never raise her voice even if she's pissed. He's like, Grandma, I don't understand you. Alright, let's see if we can use this as sort of a jumping off point. I don't feel like it's necessarily going to get the right effect, but we can see what it does. Granny, please, I'm deaf. I can't hear shit, Granny. I'm the deaf one. See, dodging doesn't work. You might work. We can use this just as a starting off point. I think it'll help a lot. And then we can sort of paint in the colors more exactly as we want them. Anywhere that it's like wrapping around to get illuminated by the moon, we can more or less leave where it is, right? Basically, anything that's sort of getting illuminated by purple or blue needs to shift. I do love those people that it's like this is just your mode. You're just naturally quiet. Coco was having a stream a couple of days back where she was drinking, or she had been drinking, and she was more rambunctious, but she was not louder. She was just more energetic, but it was the same, like, soft-spoken sheepy. I'm just like, I love you. Absolute treasure. I think pretty much this entire area needs to get reworked or recolored. Power wash it down, boys. It's hard to imagine anything but calm. I know, like, she'll talk about, you know, playing arc raiders. But, you know, she'll be like super locked in and very tense in certain situations and that, and I'm just like, really? Like, compared to a lot of people, I consider myself to be fairly reserved in terms of like how I express things. But then there are people like that and I'm just like, never mind. You are a freaking statue over here. Go. Alright, I think this is working. I think this is going to give us the setup that we want. It's definitely going to take some repainting to get some of the details dialed in the way that we want, but I think it will. I think it is going to work as a starting point. So, we're gonna save, and then this in. Alright, and then the other big obvious section that needs reworking is right here. And I think what this one kind of has that the other one doesn't was we can see farther into the sleeve. So we might leave a little bit more of the color untouched back in the most occluded areas. But up front here, I think it's going to be much as we have it. I do want to try one thing once we finish blocking it in. Good. Okay, so I'm going to knock this down to like 50%, and then I want to duplicate it and make an overlay version. Just to sort of pop the vibrancy a little bit. Yeah, that's giving us something cool. So I'm just gonna come back in here a little bit and sort of knock some of this Alright, I think that'll work. There you go. Okay, so we've got all the recolor in place now. So I think we can start painting. Might have missed a couple spots, but nothing too severe here, I don't think. The tilt is throwing me off. Yeah. I wasn't sure how sort of reworking the lighting once the drawing was done was going to play out, but I think it's working. Give this a bit of a red tint. I do see a little detail that I missed in the main drawing, so we will go back and clean that up in a little bit, but I'm gonna keep pushing ahead with this first. I think I like that more than what we had. We want that back. I'm gonna be not lazy, but I'm gonna do one more color wash just to see if we can sort of speed things up a hair. Okay, and then go back in here. Need to change the color of this. There we go. My pin is sticking. Like it's not letting go properly. This one might start breaking soon. I feel like that's normally a bit of an indicator that the contact is starting to degrade a bit. Luckily, if that does happen, I know how to fix it. And I do have backups. So even if I kill this one, I'm not straight out of luck. It's kind of inevitable that these things are gonna break though, right? Like, I use them pretty much every day. And even though I'm not, you know, I'm trying to keep a pretty soft touch with them and everything, like just the amount that they go through is eventually going to wear them down. It's kind of inevitable. And luckily, if the absolute worst does happen, right, we can't salvage it, I do need to get a replacement. Huion pens are not nearly as expensive as Wacom pens. It's not going to be a big problem. As long as they're still making pens that are compatible with my monitor, which they probably still are. It's not that out of date. That was what ultimately got me off of my Wacom. Was not that the tablet broke. It's that my pen broke and I couldn't find a replacement because Wacom wasn't making compatible pens anymore. They hadn't for years. And the supply of secondhand pens on Etsy and such diminished year after year. And like, I probably could have found another one, but it became kind of self-evident. It was like, this is not a sustainable strategy. I just need a replacement. I still have the tablet around somewhere. There's a little friend that I learned to do digital artwork on. A cherished companion. Here we go. Hide these for a minute while we try to work around the lighting. Alright. This plan, now we just replicate it in the other one. Yeah, I'm seeing a couple of things. It's like, oh shit, I didn't do that originally. So we don't need to touch those up, but shouldn't be no big thing. Honestly, luckily the recoloring has done much of the work for us. I'm not too worried about whether we can sort of knock this out tonight, but if we can't, then we'll just touch it up on Thursday. This brush is not as solid as I would like it to be. Normally it feels much more complete. I guess I can turn the color blending off, but I kind of like the texture that it gives. Okay, so yeah, if we go back down here, I think this is one of those areas that needs a little more love and attention. That looks pretty good. What's going on there? Huh. There's a little something going on here. It's just a lot easier to notice in this hue. Well, I don't think it's a problem in the normal drawing, so we'll just clean it up here. Do it again. There we go. Balance this out a little. I think this side looks pretty good. I can sort of clean this edge work just a hair more.
brother. We were left to be each other's property. Brother, my sentinel, tempest is upon us. We are now each other's responsibility. All alone, in spite of everything that's true, I have everything to do with you. We all failed to stop what came past. Winds come, but everyone will sleep at last. All to gain, no return to no remains. Past the point, Rubicon denied us choice. This is a call to action. This is a call to arms. All lives for one together. There are no false alarms. Come with me.
Alright, Mange. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope you have a very good night. Get some good rest and feel better. We'll see you next time. Everyone say good night. I grabbed the wrong... I think I did. Oh no, it's right there. Let's see. Sorry. Is that loud? I'm sorry if that was loud. That was my phone. I left it right next to my mic.
lose like I lose when I play. What could have been?
Oh, forgot about the detail. Well, easy enough fix.
You walk along danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift to gain rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground. Catch the fire burning out your soul.
Take those, eh? Feels simple to listen. Backfill like this. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I missed a spot here. How much have I put on the wrong layer? A not insignificant amount, but we can work with it. Classic. And how I feel about this. honestly, like, it's kind of corny, but it's also kind of working well. So I think I'll keep it and just let myself be a little silly. That explains a lot. Why isn't this working? It's because I was on the eraser. I was doing color blending with that. Dang it, I just had a song in mind and now it's gone. Let me grab some tea real quick while I find something to keep it going with. Oh, I remember what it was. Moment. Knock this back a little bit so it doesn't change it with the hair.
Stretched to the core of galaxies, we started city greats. By a black hole of vanity blossoms the age of greed. Beyond the lows of density, towers of glass and steel, temples and fragments of memories drifting away from me. I'm ready to start the conquest of spaces, expanding between you and me. Come with the night, the science of fighting the forces of gravity.
I'm pretty sure the moon's core is long cooled off, right? Like there's no geothermal activity happening on the moon anymore.
Of destiny, reaching the point of tears, behind the dreams of mastery, love dies silently, torn to the flesh as the fire bleeds, echoes
Thank you, Autosave.
I'm ready to start the conquest of spaces, expanding between you and me. Come with the night, the science of fighting the forces of gravity.
This last
Start the conquest
streak
of
of that.
spaces, reaching the starlight and silver fields. Come with the night, the science of fighting the forces of gravity.
Which part? No, I like it where it is. I think that's plenty to work off of. But for the sake of being a little bit extra, because who doesn't love just being extra, right?
I'm ready to start the conquest of spaces, expanding between you and me. Come with the night, the science of fighting the forces of gravity. I'm 61. Have I ever really loved someone? Do I deserve what I've got? Now the great system's turned into traps and the fears switching sides. I own $1 million worth of stock, but I still won't sleep at night. What is it that I've become? Minus 61. Now the water level rises high in my cold paradise, where men sit in circles and talk numbers I never really liked. The way they think of life as some kind of gamble and watch the city drown. Where is it that I belong?
Okay, cool. So, what are we still missing? Frankly, I kind of thought this would take longer.
Minus 61. Now the wind cuts the leaves like a knife, and the sun is out of sight. I see the world I built to lose at the trial. What is left and what is right? I made the worst mistake one can make, pretending and playing blind. What is it I'm trying to find?
Like, I wanted to give myself a fair amount of time because I thought the sort of repainting process, you know, recoloring everything could end up being fairly slow. There's still stuff that we can touch up here, but it's not nearly as bad as I kind of allotted time for. Okay. Clean that up a bit. There we go. How y'all doing, chat? Just chilling. Just being coffee. Open that up a bit.
No one could outrun the crash. It was all reduced to rubble, and then again to ash. To the blinding burning light, it's no use to fight. There's no one out there. There was no signal from where you were. All failed contact, no life disturbed. Hovering above, gravity's low.
So while we have a bit of extra time, let's do a couple of touch-ups back on the original drawing. Excuse me. Oh, where did my eyebrows go? Wait, what? There they are. Okay, that's why I was confused. Okay, the new ones are fine. They're a little bit short due to the change in shape of the eye. Bring this up a little bit. Good. And then you need just a little bit of this. Good.
I am the keeper. I am the secret.
There's that. What else did I want to touch up? Oh. Let's see, that looks good, that looks good.
Dragged by the wind, taken by the stars, carried and scars. Dragged by the wind, taken by the stars, carried and scars.
Something is still coming through as reddish here. I think it just needs to be painted. Yeah, just needs to be painted over. Like, the color is correct. I find red does not add as nicely as some other colors do. It just kind of gets lost in the noise sometimes. These up a little bit. Need a bit more clear. All red, right? Yes. I'm just coming through so pinkish. Very strange. That looks okay though.
The stars are blind, my love. You will learn to call.
I want to try one thing with these guys.
That force will fuel its hate. When it drains your soul, it'll flood the gate. Fear is our device.
Let's see if I can make you longer. Yeah, I think it just kind of makes a mess of it. Like, it does stretch it out a bit, but not legibly. So we can just leave it as it is, it's fine. I had to double check I was working on the right layer. I would have been very upset if I started drawing into the base. That would have been very frustrating. But we're good. We're all good. To be honest, I'm kind of running low on things to touch up with this. Probably a bad thing. Except that we still have an hour stream left to do. I'm not sure what to do with the rest of the time.
surrender of the trance dictates the rhythm of the fast, the number of days, the rising of the hearts. Hey, hey, from the dawn of time to the end of days, I will have to run away. I want to feel the pain and the bitter taste of the blood on my lips again. Steady burst of snow is burning my hands. I'm frozen to the bones. I am a million miles from home. I'm walking away. I can't remind your eyes, your face.
But area in here.
Take shelter. It's time to hold your ground. When you can make a sound, don't move.
It's sort of this like webbing pattern almost around this crater. It's very interesting.
Bearing down,
I wonder what caused that.
panic and fear abound. We lose.
Or not? Well, I guess there's technically a crater. It's more like an impact site. It's more mountainous than crater.
No escape from the endless tides of misery. As it rages on, the storm of the century, a devastating legacy. As it pulls you in, search for your center, refuse to surrender.
Or this island area leading down into the mare.
Take me to the other side.
Interesting. There. Oh, that's why it's doing that. Okay, I see. I think we should be able to see a little bit of the crevice crossing over the shoulder like that. Try to avoid it tangenting anywhere. Good. Alright, I think all this is looking pretty good. Maybe two more things? I want to revisit the mouth one more time. Just because I feel like where it is right now is okay, but it's not quite the right vibe. It's a little bit too frowny at the moment. Like, it works, but I don't want quite a feeling of, like, anger. think that's more what we're getting right now. That's a bit better. I'm not sure what all of these are doing. Wait, can we turn you off for a second? Huh, okay. Okay, and then that's the halo. And that's the halo. Got it. Okay, so let's turn all that off, and then we can turn this back on. And then we need these guys turned back on. You'll go back up a hair. Yeah, I think that looks fine. And then what was the blend on this? Additive glow. So back to normal, blur it a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we did that. We touched up the mouth a little bit. I think there was something back in the bass drawing that I wanted to bring up to sort of get it to the same spot. What was that? The face is fine. I don't know what it was. I don't know what that would have been. Can we actually put these in front of the moon? Got the food version with this too. Yeah, I think it's all coming together. I think it's looking pretty good. I think that leaves basically one. I think we're really just kind of at the post-process stage, and then that'll do it. Okay. We're gonna hide that. And you. And then let's just go ahead and capture the whole thing. Even though we're gonna cut off the corners later. I'm honestly kind of impressed and satisfied how well it maintained the midtones. Like with all of the color changing and everything, we still didn't really dip into a lot of areas of like heavy darks or heavy lights, you know? It still feels pretty well balanced. Right, so let's turn that off. And then we're gonna flip it back. So we need a post-process layer for both versions. And get rid of that so I don't get confused by it. Yeah, like if we look at the two of them back to back, pretty similar. Actually, I know why. There's like one spot that's standing out a little bit brighter, and I know why it's doing that. So let's get rid of this, and then I'm gonna go back here because the. Oh no, you are set to through. Huh, so it just balances differently. Alright, that's fine too. Alright, so let's drop this down to like 1, and this should drop down to like 30%. So yeah, we don't want to push it a lot with this one. I don't think it needs a real strong, like, rebalancing with this. I think it's just a very sort of subtle, you know, push up, right? This is barely even doing anything, which is probably for the best. And then we'll have the bad version. Yeah, honestly, I think it's done. I don't really see anything else. I'm like, oh, I want to go in and touch this up or rework this. Like, I'm looking at it, I'm like, yeah, I think that's about it. I think that's the look. So, I think with that said, okay, how am I gonna, let me pull up the last circular canvas that we did because I'm trying to remember how I cropped everything to get it to work the way I did. Okay, yeah. I put the entire thing in a folder and then I clipped it. So let me put something on and then we will try and do that and see what it looks like. We'll just put the rest of this album on. Alright. So we're gonna take all of this. We're gonna take everything we made. Let's put all the background stuff in a group as well. Just so that we're not, just so we have the easiest navigation possible. So we're gonna take all of that, all of you, all of this, we're gonna group it. There's something in there. Is it the post-processing? A little bit. Yes. Oh. Here, let's put this in here too. There we go. There we go. That looks better. And then We just clip it to this, and we're good. Okay, I like it, and I think it works. I kind of just... So if we put it on a black background, I think it works well enough. I'm just kind of wondering if we want to put a vignetting around the border, just to soften that edge a little bit. Yeah, 100% is too much, but maybe just bumping that up to like 60, just to sort of knock the sides off of it, you know? Yeah, maybe 60%. I think that works all right. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Which means we have one last little thing to do. I'm actually gonna be really cute with this one. You think you're real cute. Bitch, I'm adorable. Man, I got a reference. I don't normally do it this way. Did I? No, I did it right. But now I'm looking at it, I'm like, isn't that what I normally draw? I think it is. Am I as a baddie? I guess not. Okay, yeah, that's I'm second guessing myself, but it's good. It's good. Okay, so just for the sake of easy switching back and forth, but I don't think I'm gonna save it out this way. Well, actually, it might be a good idea. We'll take that, and then we can go back in here and we can turn all the evils off, all the baddies. Flip that. Go in the background. And we flip that off, and that off, and that off. That should be everything. So we've got good version and the bad version. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I thought like reworking an entire second version of this drawing would be a lot more effort than it would be. I thought we would be here like potentially into Thursday, sort of cleaning up and retooling everything there, but it kind of just worked. it was an interesting little test. An interesting test, and I'm glad it worked as well as it did. I'm sure there's probably something that by the end of the year I'll go back and be like, shit, I should have done that, but it's fine. If I do, that just means that between here and the end of the year, I leveled up. Okay, so, Chad. Unfortunately, we still have about half an hour of our normal stream period. And I don't really know what to do with it. Right? Like, it's not really enough time to play anything. It's not, no, I don't know. I guess we could maybe play a little bit of Horizon. Let me look at my Steam library. Like, we could knock out one or two things in Horizon, potentially. I know it's getting kind of late. I know, like, folks are probably expecting to only... Like, the Horizon stuff is going to be on Saturday, so it'd be a little weird to just be like, oh, BT dubs, check the VOD, because we did these things. Let's see. Yeah. I don't know. Why don't we jump in for just a little bit? Why don't we jump in for just a little bit? We can do just like a little bit of side stuff. We won't touch any of the main story. I don't know. I would feel weird stopping the stream this early, because like a half hour is not a ton of time, but it's also not nothing, you know? I would feel weird. So why don't we just do that? Why don't we just do a little bit of that? There's nothing that says you can't do that. Right. I will change the topic. Yeah. Okay. And then where'd the game go? So yeah, we'll just roam around a little bit. We won't hit any of like the major stuff, just to make sure that anybody, you know, that's really just sort of checking during the Saturday streams doesn't like miss story stuff or anything. But I don't know. There's plenty in the game to do even without hitting the main content, you know? Alright, let me save the drawing, and we're gonna jump on over here, and then I need to turn you down as well. Alright, turn that off, and I'm gonna turn this on. There you go. I'll back up a little bit. There you go. Yeah, so last time we finally got the embassy to happen, but it got ambushed by some would-be leader of the Tanakh who rather handedly kinda killed everyone. So that's not great. Okay, so that's what the tall neck found for us. Ooh, a cauldron. I think we'll save that for next time, and then Plain Song is where we need to go to meet up with the Utaru. I think we'll leave those well enough alone. The Karja camp there, I think that's where we were helping some folks out. Or no, that's a little bit farther. Okay, yeah. Let's just sort of swing along here and we can reach the Karja camp. Wide Maw. Is that a fucking hippo? do they have hippo bots now? Ah, shit, dude, I don't know about them hippo bots, fuck. Like there's one more signal tower that I missed. We can grab that as well. I know, we're leaving.
Nora, all the way out here?
Listen, I'm more of a Nora by circumstance rather than association. No, no, I'm not here. I'm not here. No need to freak out. Am I going the right way? Yes. Okay, I see what's up. I do appreciate the little camera move that it does to indicate that you're at max speed. Because in the first game it was always kind of hard to tell if this was, you know, as fast as the mount could go, or if there was still... Oh, shit! I think I did a roadkill! Oh no! Oh, I'm sorry, little guy. This can be seriously dangerous even though they're not bots. That's true. Hippos are kind of nature's tank. And they will just kind of murder you for sport. Okay, I'm going the right way. Where's the path? There it is. Oh, this is up past the camp where the Shadow Karja or the Eclipse were making their move. And I missed it. There we go.
What's back here?
Adventure is back here. Oh, I didn't actually want you to... That was cool. There we go. Alright.
Looks like this camp was abandoned a while ago.
Well, that just means nobody's gonna mind if I help myself.
Look for that.
Ooh, blast trap, thank you.
Another signal tower. Might be a lens I can grab for Reyna at the top.
Oh, I think the other one I forgot is where the Stormbird was. Okay, so that's my way down. Oh, hello. Easy, buddy, I almost shot you. wish I could climb this good. Wait, can I reach that? Nice.
This tower is barely holding together. One of the signal devices.
Nice.
Should be a lens I can grab for Reyna. Got the lens.
There you are.
I can trade it with Reyna the next time.
Yeah,
I see
you've said that 3 times now. Wow. Check out that sunrise. That's a life moment right there. A little too vibrant. Like, it was already very colorful. I don't think it needs that much more, you know? Oh, wait. There you go. Vibrancy, drop it like 50%. There we go. Nice, 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 nice. Alright, and then hide UI is that. And capture. Sick. Alright, let's go. Who wants to ride on a zip line? I do. Whee! Alright. We're almost... Wait, are we? Yeah, we're close enough. We can just huff it. More chance for adventure when you wander. I don't want to harm them, I just want to go. There you go. Shit! No, 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 no.
Could learn how to override this machine.
It's okay. It's okay. Nothing to get all upset about. Shh, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. I will absolutely shoot you though. Like, I just want to make that abundantly clear. I will do it. There you go. Now his patrol path does come by here, so I wanna keep the pace going. Shit. I might need to kill some moths before all this is said and done. Starting with this guy. Let's start there.
Frost would do a lot of damage.
Yeah, that does a lot of damage too. No frost required, as it turns out. Let's just wait for this guy to go by. I just want to have fun. I don't know that they do. I don't believe they are programmed for fun. I think that is in fact well outside of their programming. Don't got some river bloom. Still haven't found a dyer yet. I'm stocking up on a bunch of stuff there, but I don't know who to give it to. I suppose while we're here, we might as well talk to Reina and give her the lenses that we've gotten. Ammunition, food. Actually, keep those. We can put those away and then give me some of the food. Where did the food go? There you are. I don't actually know what these are necessary. Well, I guess they're for making recipes, but this... I want to have some food on hand for making potions and such in the wild. Yeah, hey Reina. Sorry, apparently this is the world's strongest clothesline.
You found more lenses?
I did.
Yeah, a couple.
I am one lucky lady to have found you out in the wilds. Your payment. Keep them coming.
15 shards? Are you serious?
We all know who did that.
The fuck's that about? I guess it's one of those things. I guess it's worth more if I turn them in as a group. Nah, whatever. Alright, so now we want to head this way. Looks like the scavengers are moving in. Well, let's let them have it. I'm sorry, buddy. Oh, I lost him. Alright, little guy, you live today. It's more of a... if I see it, I'll take it. I'm not gonna go hunting the little guys. That, on the other hand... yeet! Shit, where did it go? Ooh, rich meat. Unfortunately, no animal parts. These are kind of cool looking. I mean, from what I can tell of them, they're kind of completely trash, but still. It's a data point. RCI report, strategic assessment, partial data corruption. July 11th, 2066, so 3 years before the fall. Data corrupted. Recon predicts contact with the Wichita salient in 27 hours. 7 Horus units detected in the first wave. 7. News from the west is just as bad. Last stragglers from Kalmar are in. Losses estimated at 93%. There's been no further contact from the Reno remnant. RCI assumes it's been wiped out. So that's it. For the last days of the last day. I swear to God, sir, I'm no coward, but I'd pack my bags and head for the hills if there were anywhere left to go. We got a metal flower here. Oh! There's a stash underneath, but the flower is covering it. I wonder if retracting the metal flowers unlocks additional stuff. That's interesting. Uh-oh. Alright, well, make a note of that for later. Gonna head down here now. I hear something loud. What am I hearing? I don't think it's those guys. No, they're not making nearly enough noise. What am I hearing? Oh! Oh, it's probably that. Yeah, that'll do it. What the fuck? When did that come around? As if the storm in Frozen Wilds wasn't bad enough. Now we got a freaking death cyclone just hanging overhead. Fuck me too, I guess. So what I want is in there. Well, we might be able to get away without really fighting these guys if we don't have to. I mean, I'm not against it, I just don't really see the need for it, you know? Okay, that said, this guy might give me trouble. Will you calm down? Jesus. I'm sorry, Betty. I know. I'm an asshole. But you did have something I needed. Okay, so I can't get up this way. We are gonna have to head back around to this side of the building. I wonder if there's a way up in here. No, we might need to take that one out though.
This one looks like it's got a canister on its back.
Oh, it does. An acid burrower. So it's got an acid canister and the sound shell. I take it back. We might need to start thinning the herd. Maybe not. If we time this really well, we might be able to get through without incident. Or maybe those assholes will come back. Oh, what is that? Oh, it's an environmental trap. Yes, I can use the building to help fight these guys, but I don't really... There we go. You think they're gonna hear this?
That worked.
Apparently not. Maybe they just weren't built with ears. let's just let this guy go, and then
I can get data to override machines from cauldrons.
I'm aware,
Still need
Aloy.
to find one.
Alright, and we're in.
What's in here?
Discovered a block path. Alright, bet. There's a bunch of stuff on the map right now that it's like, yeah, you'll get to play with this later. There's a trap door up there.
It looks like this was a
Oh.
Karja fort. Might have been abandoned when the Tanakh pushed the Karja army back to Barren Light. Might be worth looking around.
Another of these freaking flowers. Is there anything in here? Doesn't seem like it. It's just this trap door, but it doesn't give me any prompts. I see.
Vines from a metal flower. It doesn't look like it's blocking the way up, though.
Okay, can't pry this door. Nor this one. I see a box in there that might have some use.
A lot of rotting wood here. Something heavy might break it down.
Okay, so I'm not heavy enough. However... Let's see, can I reach that? Oh, that looks heavy. There we go.
Could be useful if I time it right.
Time it. Or I could just do that, you know.
There we go.
It's not really a matter of timing. Alright, so what do I need this for? Oh, camera. Oh, camera. Oh, I think I need it for this. Somehow the machines are not noticing, like, any of this? Which I suppose is fine, but it's a little weird. What is this? Alright, got a small thing. Oh, shortcut. Sweet. And then we're just gonna go... Okay, let's go this way first. Nice. No, could you please grab the thing? There we go. I forgot I can, like, jump at a wall and then jump off the next one. Alright, I can do sort of like a vaulting thing now.
This stuff looks Tanakh. Oh, there's nothing useful.
Oh! What about... I can't get up to that. Wonder if I can get around to the other side somehow. I don't want to go over the edge. Okay, so there's a rappel point there. Nope! Shit! Ah. Alright. Where's the nearest campfire? There's probably one in camp there. I think we're gonna leave this for Saturday. because that is about all the time we've got. I think we can finish solving that little puzzle next time. Let's go find the campfire here. I saw there was a side quest, things I would never do. True! But that's why we have video games, right? It lets us be brave. It's a lot easier to be brave when you're not concerned with the consequences of things not going the way you intended.
Ladder, not so much.
Alright, let's go ahead and drop a save real quick. And I will close that out later, but we're gonna jump on back to the cafe and clear out the stream for the night. It's a fun little extra tidbit just to close things up. But that is where we're gonna call it for right now. Thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. Thank you for chilling with me and starting out the stream week so strong. I am honestly surprised how quickly the drawing went tonight. I did not think we would finish it that quickly. I really kind of expected that it would continue into Thursday's stream a little bit. I thought we might start by finishing that off and then going into the game dev stuff. But we nailed it. So that's exciting. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. I'm gonna say goodbye to the VOD squad. And we're gonna find somebody that we can raid out to. Let me change the category back just to finish it up. Alright. Bye YouTube.